Okay, nice to see all council. Call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. and I'll hand it over to Deputy Mayor Peter Kistemaker.
The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging the land on which we gather here today is the Treaty 9, 1905-1906 territory, the traditional lands of Indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples.
Thank you. Review and note any changes to the agenda. There are none, so if we can get a mover and a seconder for approval. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Cheneman. Be it resolved that Council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor? And that is carried. And we do have one declaration of pecuniary interest, declaration of conflict of interest tonight. And it's for myself, Mayor Cheryl Fort, for the closed session item of 7.2. And we have our presentation tonight, our long-awaited audit. I'm glad to welcome Nathan Dool to our council meeting in person. So this is great. Thank you, Nathan, for being here. And I'll hand over the meeting to you. Oh, yes.
Good to go. Okay. We got some documents coming up.
Okay, great.
But no, thank you for having me again. It's always nice to see Hornepayne. Catch up a little bit with some people I know from the past. So I am going to go through the audit for the year ended December 31st, 2023. There's two documents I'm going to go through. The first is just our audit communication to Mayor and Council. I'll go through that briefly, and then I'll go into the financial statements. There's some things we need to go through in the financial statements. Next page, please. Next page, please. Sorry, that's just an introductory. I did the introduction. Next page. There's me as a partner, and our manager on here that I rely on a lot is Kathleen. She's critical to the operation here, so she helps me a lot with the financial statements. Next page. So I'm just going to go through some of our responsibilities as auditors. So our responsibility is to express an opinion on whether financial statements are fairly stated. The financial statements themselves are the responsibility of management, which includes the mayor and council. So my responsibility is to express an opinion on these financial statements and indicate any issues that I see during the audit. Next page, please. Fraud. So a normal financial statement audit isn't meant to discover fraud. The intention of our audit is to find material misstatements. And the issue with fraud is that the nature of fraud is that people are intentionally hiding something. Our type of audit isn't necessarily designed to find fraud. So I always indicate, that that's not the intention of our audit report. Our audit report, our intention is to find material errors, okay? Sometimes that does happen to be fraud. I will note that we found no fraud during the year in our audit, which obviously is always the goal. Next page, please. The next page. Sorry. So whenever I do an audit, we don't look at every transaction. It's not feasible. You can imagine it would be a pretty significant audit fee if I had to look at every single transaction. So we do things like sampling, and we do things like inquiry of management. So in order to say that something's fairly stated, we say it's materially correct. So in this case, materiality is $100,000. So when I say that these financial statements are fairly stated, I'm saying they're fairly stated within $100,000. Okay, there might be some errors that we don't correct because they're below that threshold. But you can be confident that when you look at these statements, that they're correct within $100,000. That is what we're saying when we say they're fairly stated. Okay, next page, please. Yeah, so status of the audit today. This is basically the final step before finalizing the audit. So we'll get some letters signed, and then from there we'll be complete the audit for the year. Next page. So just some audit findings. Whenever we like to indicate some of the areas that we test. So when we deal with taxation revenue, basically what I do with taxation revenue is I recalculate it based on all the tax rates and based on all the assessments. I actually do the calculation to make sure that amount that's in the financial statements is correct. That's our procedure. When we deal with capital assets, we basically obtain all the support for the new assets that are purchased, just to provide us with all the evidence we need to say that is correct. And then finally, management estimates. There are some significant estimates when we deal with financial statements, mainly to do with capital assets and how long their lives are. So when we're dealing with amortization, that's a management estimate. When we're dealing with landfill liability, that's a management estimate. Okay, we don't make those estimates. We audit whether they're reasonable. Okay, in those three areas, we had no issues. I will go into the financial statements with regards to the landfill and the fact that a certain accounting standard wasn't adopted this year. But that doesn't really have anything to do with management estimates. It's more of something that's not done. Okay, next page, please. Next page, please. So unadjusted differences, I had indicated that as long as something's below $100,000, we don't always adjust for it. So in this case, there was two items where we had some differences with regards to an error in the amortization calculation last year that was corrected in the current year, and an amount for OSIF. Both those amounts actually were not material in amount, meaning if I had adjusted for it, it would only change the statements by $16,000. Okay, next page, please. Next page. I kind of went through this. This will be the last page of this document. We'll go on to the financial statements, but our audit process changed last year. I kind of went through it, I think, in my memory that it used to be that we were on more standard procedures. Now, when we're dealing with an audit, we have to look at the risks of misstatements and develop procedures based on those risks. So it has changed kind of our methodology with audit. It has improved the audit process. It just created some more work to get to that point. But if we can go to the financial statements, please. Go to page 3 if you could. Oh, next page. Sorry, I think it's going to be numbered on the bottom.
Oh,
it's not going to come. Yeah, it's because that first page isn't a page number. So the first page I want to go through is our audit opinion. So pretty much every year up to last year was what we call a clean audit opinion. The wonderful accounting policy setters changed a rule this year, and it relates to asset retirement obligations. And it made the accounting for things like a landfill, things like buildings that have asbestos, it made it more complicated. Okay, And one of the delays we faced this year was we didn't get the information with regards to the asset retirement obligations. And in fact, we didn't get it even up to today's date with our report. So what we did was we put a qualification in our report. We say basically the township is yet to adopt the asset retirement obligation standards. And until that time, a qualification will exist in our audit report. It basically says everything's fine with the audit, except you have not adopted this standard. Okay. I'd see about, we do about 12 municipal audits out of our office in Sault Ste. Marie. Half of our townships have not adopted this standard. There's costs to it and there's complexities to it. Some townships are fortunate. They have newer buildings that don't have asbestos, that don't have things that need to be remediated. Some don't have landfills. They use, you know, their waste goes to a larger municipality close by. Landfill is the most difficult thing to measure. You can imagine there's a lot of calculations. Basically what needs to happen is you have to determine the costs to close it, and then you have to present value those costs. And the strange thing is you have to set up an asset now. It used to be we just have a liability on the financial statements. Now you have to set up an asset and a liability. And that's where the complications coming, is actually making those calculations. So that's sort of the thing we are waiting for. I think you went into with a number of municipalities to try to get those calculations determined together, and that information just didn't arrive yet. So that qualification could disappear, but it will be here for the 23 fiscal year. So other than that, you can go to, it's going to be page 7, which I guess would be page 8 for you.
Okay, now I'm looking.
Yeah, now you're good? Okay, okay. So, you know, I do want to get into the statement of operations, and I do have some concerns with regards to the operations. I'll just come out to say it right up front. From a operational perspective, there is an $800,000 deficit. That's very significant in a township that only levies taxes of $2.2 million a year. You know, there's reserves in place that can handle 1 year worth of that kind of deficit, but it's significant. I was actually quite surprised by how big a deficit it was. I actually had to go through a few times just to make sure, you know, the basis for the deficit. And, you know, I wrote down all the different areas where it was contributing to that deficit. I think it's best if I go through each of those areas to tell you. Hornepayne Housing Corporation contributed $100,000 to the loss in the township. Okay, you have to remember these financial statements include Hornepayne Housing. We consolidated in there. That's considered a subsidiary of the township. There was $100,000 in loss in the housing side. Okay, landfill. So when I talk about the landfill, it's getting close to the end of its useful life. Typically, what that means is there's significant costs with closure of that landfill. As you get closer to the end of the life of that landfill, more of the costs come into expenses. Okay, there's $120,000 in accrued costs for the time when you're going to close this landfill. Okay, that's not cash out the door today, but that's cash that will be out the door in the near future. Okay, doubtful taxes and bad debts. This is one that's been a problem. It added another $100,000 to the deficit, meaning people are not paying their taxes. And you basically are saying, you know, you can vest this property if you want, but I'm not paying the taxes. And that has been an issue for many years now. And it's not getting better. The allowance for doubtful taxes, I think we have about $900,000 that's outstanding in taxes. Half of that has been set up as doubtful. I don't think you're going to get that money based on what the proceeds you've been receiving on the property sales. It's probably the most concerning out of all the items. But you know, penalties and interest, that's a revenue area. That's down $25,000. We're missing, there's some rent revenue that occurred in the last year. That's down $30,000. COVID funding is gone. That was there last year. That was $25,000. Landfill revenues are down just over $20,000. Those would be like tipping fees and whatnot. Water repairs up $120,000 year to year. So I know you had some significant water main issues. Salary costs up $175,000 year to year. Insurance up $20,000 a year. Legal fees up $40,000 a year. IT services up $20,000. Travel up $20,000. Cost for demolition, one-time cost $20,000. You had some major equipment repairs on heavy equipment, $100,000 during the year. And just general road supplies for road construction, $40,000. So it's not just one thing. We had a lot of things happen during the year. A lot of things that are out of your control. But obviously, when we're dealing with the revenue side, that we don't have a lot of control in terms of generating new revenues because your assessment base is not growing. And when you have many of your property owners not paying their taxes and instead letting their properties become vested, it becomes a major issue. You know, when I look at, you know, when we look at this statement of operations, you know, your property tax revenue is just over 2.2 million compared to $2.1 million the year before, which is a pretty healthy increase in tax. I'm sure, you know, people weren't happy to have that tax increase. It's going to be very difficult to sustain the operations if you don't find a way to increase your tax base. You know, you're not allowed as a municipality in Ontario to budget for a deficit. Okay, like they don't, that's illegal to budget a deficit situation. It's going to be very challenging to find that top number if your expenses keep increasing, because the only thing you really have control on is that tax levy. The only way to really deal with this tax levy situation is to increase the assessment base. So, you know, that's you know, I wanted to start with that concern I have, because these statements they're difficult to look at. You know, if you look at that bottom line, that annual surplus deficit here, it's $1.4 million deficit. Last year was a $3.3 million surplus. The issue with last year was you had a very significant capital addition, the airport, which you received federal funding. That skews the surplus because we don't expense the cost of that construction, but we bring in the revenue. Okay. This year you didn't have a lot of capital grants. This is a more accurate deficit of what you're facing. So if you took out the capital asset portion, which is about $500,000-$600,000, you have the deficit that you faced in the current year. I'm going to go through some of the numbers a little bit more so you can see where we saw decreases and increases. But I wanted to start with that top level discussion because I don't want it to be lost in me going through line items here. So I talked about taxation revenue at 2.2 million. So, you know, overall, that's up about 5% year to year in terms of overall revenue. But then we get into the government grants where there wasn't a ton of grants received in the current year. Federal grants went from $3 million down to 300,000 in the current year. Provincial grants went from over 2 million to $640,000 in the current year. And the majority of that provincial grant is going to be your OMPF funding, which every municipality gets that's under service. Okay. User fees, service charges. So, you know, these would be like water and sewer would be included in that number. That's stable year to year. Okay. There wasn't a lot of increase year to year in that number, almost exactly the same. Licenses, permits, and rents, that was down almost $170,000 year to year. A significant decline in revenue. Like, we're not only having expense issue, we're having revenue issues as well. Penalties and interest on taxes. So as you've been taking vesting properties, you're taking some of that old amounts owing that were generating penalties and taxes. It's becoming the townships now. You're not generating penalties and interest. You just have the properties now. Okay. Usually it's a good thing if I see that number going down. But the problem is your overall tax amounts owing, it's not getting better. And just the one thing that did go up was you did have some investment income, and that's more driven by interest rates. So that was up 6,000 to 18,000. But overall, on the revenue side, we're down $4 million year to year on the revenue side, taking into account, you know, we had a significant grant for the airport last year. You know, taking that out, we're still down in terms of revenues overall. Expenses, these are the areas where we're seeing the most issue. General government, it's up almost $350,000 year to year in expenses. So this is where a lot of the wage differences are going to be. This is where the legal costs are going to be. Any like direct administrative costs are going to be in that number. And beside it, you can see what was budgeted, $1.1 million. What actually happened, $1.4 million. The budget's right there. You can see the numbers are not like there's an issue. Protection services. This is actually the policing. This was the one good thing. The policing costs did not increase year to year. It's actually quite comparable year to year. And that was one area that was increasing a lot. Transportation services. So transportation services are going to be your roads. So that's where we're going to see unexpected repair costs related to water mains. That's where we're going to see the repair costs related to heavy machinery. You can see the budget, $1,066,000, and the actual expenses over $1.4 million year to year. Environmental services, so that's your water and sewer. A lot of those costs, like there was some higher costs related to some maintenance in 2022. So it's somewhat comparable year to year. But within those numbers, there are one-time costs in 22 that had funding associated with it. Okay, so that's where the concern is in 23. Health services, social family services. So the health services is a DSAB levy, or it's ADSAB here. So ADSAB levy. You don't have control over it, but it didn't change much year to year. The social family services and housing, that includes the Hornepayne housing costs. So they had expenses increase quite significantly in Hornepayne housing. It's included in that $596,000. Okay. Recreation and cultural services. up a little bit. That wasn't really areas where there was a lot of cost overruns. And then planning and development, you'll recall that there was still some expenses related to the nuclear waste. I think it was last year was the last bit of those expenses where, the Hornepayne was in the running for the, and that's where the costs would have been related to that, was in that department. So, if I look at that $1.4 million deficit, I always have to take into account there's $1 million in amortization expense in there. Okay. But the problem is there's also $476,000 in new capital assets during the year. Okay. So when we look at the impact, we always net those two and take those out of the 1.4 number. And that's how we get down to about an $800,000 deficit. Okay. If we go back one page, please. So this page is basically the financial position. So this looks at all your assets and liabilities at December 31st. So the biggest thing to note here is, when I see deficits, I say, okay, well, how much do they have in reserves and deferred amounts? So, there was some grants that were receivable at year end. So that was money that was going to come in, and there was about $1.9 million in cash and deposits. So when I look at that, $3 million in between those two items, it's quite a bit of money on hand. But you can imagine that there couldn't be too many years where you lose $800,000 before that starts to erode. So, that's sort of the concern there is, you have a chance to sort of get on the right track. There was a lot of things that happened that were one time, but there's a chance to get on track with this. So just to go down some of the areas, accounts receivable, 1.2 million. The biggest account receivable you had was a grant that was outstanding that was to be received in the new year. That was the vast majority of the amount that was outstanding as receivable. Portfolio investments, that 150 is actually related to the Hornepayne Housing Corporation's investment in the new hotel. Okay, because I consolidate the numbers, it's on this balance sheet. Bank indebtedness was eliminated. Last year you had an operating line to help finance the construction of the airport. So that was eliminated as those grants came from the government. So you were able to repay those amounts. Deferred revenue is $1.4 million. So the decision was made to defer some of the revenues that you received, particularly the OSIP money. I believe you have a large road project coming up that those monies are earmarked for. So obviously, when I see deferred revenue, I see revenue that needs to be used within a year or two. So obviously, you take that money out of the equation and, you say, okay, well, how much do we really have in terms of reserves? Well, it's about $1.5 million. So you can imagine that an operating deficit of $800,000 it's a lot. Long-term debt, that's the other side of it. Not every municipality has long-term debt. You guys do, to the tune of $1.4 million. There's no new long-term debt in the current year. So it is down 120,000 year to year. And then solid waste closure and post-closure. So that's your landfill liabilities. So, I've talked about this the last few years. Your landfill, basically the engineer assessments say it's close to the end. You either have to expand it or build a new landfill. So if you close that landfill, you immediately have to remediate it. That's the rule. So what we do each year is estimate, well, how much would it cost to actually close the landfill, cap it off, do everything the Ministry of Environment wants you to do. Is $700,000 the right number? these days, I don't know based on what contractors come back with in terms of bids, you know, maybe that's not near enough, but it's the best estimate that we have based on engineers' reports that exist. Obviously that changes if you expand the current landfill, because then it pushes that number out, further out, and it changes that calculation. So that number is based on, if you were to close that landfill today, the best estimate of what it would cost. And just on the non-financial asset side, that just talks about, you know, things that aren't turned into cash quickly. The biggest one being your tangible capital assets. So, you know, there was some capital additions during the year. But for the most part, you know, the amortization expense is about $1 million. It offsets that. But so we have a net decrease in the capital asset side. So, you know, overall, there's, you know, you look at it, there's a large accumulated surplus, but a lot of that surplus relates to these capital assets. Okay. Can you go to page, sorry, it's going to be page with the 14 on the bottom, please. So page 14, note 7, that indicates your deferred balances at year end. So the biggest deferred balances you have are the OSIP money and some NORDS funding. You know, between those is over $1 million. And I know a lot of this deferred is what you've earmarked for the next capital project. So, you know, I think what you need to keep in mind is, you know, in terms of this capital project, how much more you can contribute outside these deferred amounts to that project is obviously a question when, you know, there was a large deficit in the current year. So, but I'll leave that with you. That's the information on what is available in terms of deferred revenue. So that is what we call a type of reserve, but it's what we call obligatory. You have to keep it as a liability until you use it. The next page is the long-term debt. So the long-term debt, there's 5 debts that exist. You have some that are coming up for full repayment in 26. 3 of them are actually due in 26. So, you know, oh, sorry, 2 of them are due in 26. One of them is Hornepayne housing. So I have the housing mortgage in this schedule as well. So 2 of them are coming due in 26, including one that's $22,000 a month. So, you know, at that point, or 22,000 semi-annually, sorry. So at that point, you know, those payments will fall off the page, but you also have, you know, one that's 32,000 semi-annually that's till 2042.
That's the water treatment plant.
Yeah, yeah. Next page, please. Solid waste closure, post-closure liabilities. So this note is going under the old standards, okay? And those old standards basically, you know, the new standards are a lot different in terms of what you'd see for disclosure. There'd actually be an asset set up based on the costs of what it would take to close it, and then a corresponding liability. We're still using the old method, okay? But basically, the latest reports we had said that landfill was, you know, close to capacity within a year or 2. So obviously, that's the information we have disclosed there. Can you go to note page 19, please? So this page shows all your reserves that you have on hand, and sort of the allocations of the surplus. You know, one thing I'll note is I sent this copy and I realized there was an issue with the one number, and I've since adjusted for it. And it has to do with the allocation of the annual surplus deficit. So I didn't have enough hitting the capital assets, but still the majority of this deficit, about $800,000, it's that 900 number, is closer to 800. You know, that indicates how we allocate between capital assets in terms of what is the actual surplus deficit in terms of amortization and additions with capital assets, which, you know, I wouldn't say that it's not as important, but for the most part, you know, we're just saying, you know, we had $400,000 in grants come in and it all went to the capital assets. So we're allocating surplus to that. You know, my concern each year is that general surplus deficit. That's sort of the operational number. And that's where my concerns are this year. The reserves, you're going to see a list of reserves. So if you go down, you know, we had about $180,000 in reserves that were utilized, that were budgeted to be utilized during the year. So we're down to about $1.5 million in reserves. And then the general surplus deficit goes against this operational reserve amount, meaning undedicated reserve. Last year we had 841,000, and now this year it's basically been eliminated because of this deficit. Okay, so it's just something to note that, you know, that's where that deficit is going. I can only take money out of reserves that mayor and council dictate through, you know, that we're going to use this as part of our budget process. So, but when you deal with an operational deficit surplus, it's got to go through the operating money, and then you could say later, Nathan, we're going to change our reserves. We're going to approve transfer of reserves of this amount. You know, in the past we've had surpluses where, you know, I think we've got money part of the nuclear waste. We got some grants a few years that were significant, and basically mayor and council said, please allocate it to these reserves. Well, in this case, we have a deficit. It would be allocating from reserves to deal with that, but there was an operational accumulated surplus. It's just been eliminated now. So can you go to page 25? Last page of this is just the library. Library was actually in a small surplus for the year of about $16,000. So obviously the library, housing, Hornepayne housing are part of these financial statements. I always like to just touch to make sure, you know, is there issues in those areas? Well, the library is fine. So that's the extent of my presentation. And I'm sure there's questions.
Yes, thank you. Nathan.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'll open up the floor for questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker.
Thank you, Nathan, for that presentation. Just listened to this a little better. So the taxes in arrears, $900,000 back tax. Would you know roughly how much of that is actual revenue, not like taxes not paid, and how much is built up over with penalties and interest?
How much is
Penalties and interest versus the initial amount?
Yep. Yeah. No, that's at my fingertips here. Oh, that's not gonna be the one. Sorry. I do have that answer. Sorry, just take a second to open the document. Or I could do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what the allocations are, current taxes, so taxes that are arrears within the year.
Yeah.
$257,000.
Just for this year?
Yeah.
Or for 23?
Yeah, tax year one, 134,000 with related interest and penalties of 13. 2 years back, there's $92,000 with interest and penalties of 13,000. 3 years and prior, there's $228,000 outstanding, $67,000 of it penalties and interest.
Yeah. May I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
In your experience, you take, your firm does what, 11, 12 municipalities?
Yeah, correct.
I've heard this, I've brought this up before, and I don't know, nothing, I guess we didn't look into it yet, but I've heard of Chapeau run into a lot of problems, because it's almost like, people know they gotta pay taxes, and, but the bite isn't hard enough to, there is actual families I really truly believe that are struggling.
Right.
But small town, we all know each other, and I know there's quite a few of them that just choose to spend it elsewhere because there's no repercussion.
Yes.
So I've heard of a tax collection where they take a percentage of it and they'll go after your boats or whatever, your toys, or if there's any cashable assets or whatever. But what would your advice be to us?
Yeah, it is a difficult one. A lot of people there's two trains of thought. One, you're not going to vest their properties. You're not going to go through the motions to actually do that, because there's a lot to it to take to vest a property. And the other one is, my property's not worth that much. I don't care if you take it. Those are the two train of thought with this, and not paying your taxes. And it's difficult. Do you actually want to vest a property as a township? Do you want to take on a property? There's a whole list of properties that I've added to over the years. Every time you vest, you don't necessarily sell them in tax sale. People don't bid on it. People back out of bids, and then you're stuck with the property, and then it's not generating any tax revenue. So but what is the solution? That is the question.
So when you invest a property, if there's a mortgage on it, obviously there would be up to the bank would then pay the taxes out, I would imagine, right?
It depends if the bank sees it as something that they can't sell.
Right.
Like that's the thing with a vested property is generally all the claims get wiped away from the property except for claims from the government. If you have a federal government claim, those stay attached. I think there was a property last year where they put a lien on it. That was the township. It was well, you can't get away from that lien because it's the federal government. But if somebody else has a lien on it, just a lender, well, if they really wanted the property, they would pay these taxes and repossess it themselves.
Well, my thought is it's almost, you got to make, because right now the bite has no teeth to it, and people know this. And if we're not willing to take that terrible step,
yes, it is very difficult. If you don't, the only time I would say you should invest a property that meets the conditions is if it has environmental contamination, because there's responsibility that's I have one municipality I audit. They say, we're not taking that property. It's contaminated with gas.
Right.
We know it's contaminated. If we take this on, then we have to clean it up. That's the only way you probably should not vest a property.
right.
At the end of the day, if you just say, that there's that old lady living in there, we're just gonna let it go. Well, that doesn't probably send a good message.
No.
It's up to the municipality on their policies. But at the end of the day, it's, you need to deal with things all the same way. Or
Yeah, one rule for everybody.
Yeah. Unless it puts the township at a disadvantage, such as a gas station.
Right.
A defunct gas station would be something that, do you really want to take on that?
So hard decisions got to be made.
Yeah. At the end of the day, but the bigger issue with the township is your assessment base needs to grow. Even if you didn't have these one-time costs, costs are constantly growing. If you have the same number of houses, then, and that happens year after year where you have the same, then those people are gonna have to pay more and more to cover those increased costs. The only way to help defer that is by having more properties. It's almost, it's not fair in a sense, some townships close to a big city, well, people come from the big city to live there, and that township might get 10 new houses a year. Well, you're adding $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in tax revenue, and those people don't even work in your town.
Right.
They're building a house and they're going to the city to work. Whereas here in Hornepayne, there's nobody commuting anywhere.
And we're a bedroom community.
Yeah. It comes to a point where if you don't increase this assessment base, then the impact's gonna go on current property owners. That's the reality of it. I mean, that's the reality.
Any other questions, Wanda?
When you say that, these communities that are trying these, like Elliott Lake retirement homes,
Yeah.
or what they did in Smooth Rock Falls or Cochrane,
Mhm.
have you heard any success in any of these things that they've tried, or?
Yeah, I mean, it is still a challenge. It is a challenge because a lot of those communities still face a decline in values of their properties. So really, at the end of the day, a lot of their costs were increasing. So if they're not seeing new houses built, it's kind of a snowball effect. You can imagine the last 3 years, if you were to add up the inflation increases that we saw, it's probably 20%. But I know you haven't increased your taxes by 20% over these years, but your costs are increasing because that's just generally society. Somebody's coming from the Sioux or Thunder Bay to repair that water main. They could be charging 30, 40% more.
And we're seeing that.
Yeah, and you're seeing that. Yeah, this is the challenge. The only way to offset passing those costs to the property owner is to have those new properties being built that provides that additional revenue. It's obviously a challenge, finding a builder, getting people to build houses. I asked the mayor, how many new houses has she seen built in the last 5 years in Hornepayne? She could think of one. That's not great.
I can't think of one.
Yeah,
In
well,
the
we have
last 5
two
years.
log rooms.
Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's just very difficult to change this situation. A lot of it isn't the fault of anybody in Hornepayne. It's our economy has changed, and the impact of those changes are only being seen in municipalities now. And when you deal with a municipality that has only one way to generate revenue for the most part, then you've got to generate that revenue from the people. And this is the challenge. It's not going to be easy to deal with this.
Can I ask another?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, when you're talking about grant money, we slowed down on getting grant money last year.
Yeah.
If I understand right, we should never have done that. We should have kept going. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yes, like you need
That
to.
should never have stopped at all.
You need to go for any grant that you can get. Consistently. Like at the end of the day, in terms of disadvantaged municipalities, like you're near the top just because of your remoteness.
Yeah.
And the struggles that have existed economically here for many years that for the most part have stabilized, except all those years where you struggled economically and houses should have been built, you don't have them. You had people in fact giving up their houses and walking away from them. It's challenging. It's very challenging.
Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. Nathan, I think where we started talking about the not applying for the grants was because so many of them have a matching or a portion that the community, and we just didn't have the money to be able to do that.
Yeah.
How do you break that scenario?
Yeah,
Is there any, if you have a government grant that we need to supply our 40% or 30 or 20, where does that? That's the issue. Right?
It is the biggest challenge, and I'm seeing that over and over again, is that the municipalities that have the reserves in place, they're able to go after these grants, but they don't need the grants as much as somewhere like Hornepayne needs it, but they have the grants to supplement it. So at the end of the day, it's when you're dealing with grants, the best grants for Hornepayne are the ones that are piggybacked, federal, provincial, municipal, where you could get to the point where you only have a 10% contribution, but those are getting harder and harder to find because the governments have tightened up. And, the days where money was flowing, it's just not going to flow anymore with the deficits that exist.
Councillor Kissmaker, go ahead.
This is an unfair question, but we have buildings that we need to do things with, especially this next few years.
Yeah.
Within the next 5 years, and I was to say, do you have any suggestions on how we're gonna get around this? Because you're gonna come back next year and tell us we're really in trouble, so.
No, it's a challenge. It is a challenge, and that's where you need to look at what buildings are most critical to the township.
Right now, all of them are.
I know all of them are.
So-
It's which ones do you truly need to operate and which are in the worst condition. It's not an easy decision to make. Some municipalities face a decision where, this recreational facility is something we can't afford anymore. I see it all too often where, they just board it up and that's it. It's not a good solution.
Yeah, we can't do
It's
that.
I unfortunately don't have a lot of solutions
Okay.
for you, because a lot of this comes back to, there's not only an expense issue, there's a revenue issue. And the revenue issue is the bigger issue here. A lot of these things that contributed to the deficit are one-time things. I don't see them happening every year. At the end of the day, it's how do we deal with that top line, which is the revenue side. And the only way to deal with that is, I see you have a new hotel that's under construction still.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that adds to your assessment base. That's going to generate tax revenue. How do you get more development like that into your town? It's not the municipality doing it, the private sector doing it. How do you get more houses built that are owned by private citizens? How do you increase commercial industrial tax base? And it's hard when you're a community of 1,200 people. That's the challenge.
Go ahead, Belinda.
Like one issue is that if we don't do something about it for ourselves and prove what we can do, people aren't gonna do anything. So it's more that we prove that this town is gonna be able to do it, which means you have to spend money.
Yeah.
Which is, it should work out in the end, however, it's gonna be an issue. If I listen to or go by what we see.
Yeah, and I've indicated that there are a lot of, the housing is probably the more critical issue in Hornepayne. From the discussions I'm having, people are driving from other towns here to work simply because they can't find a place. Well, there's particular programs with CMHC that are in place to help communities like this get housing created, especially the fact that you have serviced lots that are basically available to be built on, lots of them. I mean, you could go in the shovel tomorrow if somebody said, I want to build a house, permits ready to go, builders ready to go. Some places don't have that. It's like, well, we got to build this road. We got to get the water services in, the sewer services. It's going to be a couple of years before we actually can build a house. You could actually build a house tomorrow if everything was, because these service lots are available. But that's really going to be the key to success for Hornepayne. Because I get afraid every time a property is vested that has a house on it, what condition is that house in? Are you just gonna end up demolishing it?
At a cost.
There's another
Well,
cost, and there's
thing
another
is-
house that can't be fixed to
Yeah.
live in. Yeah.
everything takes too long
I
and
know.
it can't happen that way.
I know.
Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, through
Councilor
Mayor, couple of things from my end of it. Tax arrears and water sewer arrears were a problem in Hornepayne for the last 43 years. That's how long I've lived here. We have some control, and I think we have to act on more vigilantly on that area. To increase our assets in talking about housing, we don't have much control of that. That's called private business, as the gentleman is building a motel. That's out of our realm. That's the harsh reality. I mean, we could, when we sell properties, we were not successful. The people purchased our properties to build homes on. It did not happen. But what we have to, tax arrears and water and sewer. That is basically killing us slowly over the last 43 years. And why should I and people that pay taxes or going to pay subsidize somebody else is not paying taxes? So I have a personal problem with that. And we have to, as council, have collection agency, the way we looked at the few years where there was a collection, we have to get somebody that will do solid work. So we get the property, but we have to, as Councilor Peters said, we have to act on it because to play this game back and forth across the net, it's not working for 43 years. We as a council have to act on it and nail it down firmly because that we have some control. The other assets we do not, in my opinion. That's my commentary on that.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further questions from council? I just want to sum up for the assessment of looking forward. So Hornepayne is literally going to survive into the future. We have to take a risk at the housing. We have to focus on it and build assessments. Because you said not only the hotel type properties, but housing. So you mentioned CMHC. We have a housing corporation. So there's an avenue there. And
That's correct.
and use join that, get CMHC involved and focus in. And council full on support moving forward. So, and then any housing application that comes through, you don't bypass it. That needs to be the priority.
The biggest thing with this township is your assessment base, and assessment is going to be driven mostly by residential housing. You know, you're unlikely to have a hotel development every year.
No.
Whereas a housing, yeah. Whereas a housing developments are something that should be normal.
So when council passed that they wanted to create a growth plan for their community, that's a good step in the right direction. Looking at modeling, how many houses do we need a year? How many houses do we have to build? And then going with those numbers to show our tax base.
Whatever it takes to increase the assessment.
Yeah.
If that is something that would do that, then it's something that should be considered.
Well, then at least at that point, we would have the measurements and we could show the community, this is what adds to it. Out of the vested properties, when you were talking about the beyond, the 228,000 that are beyond 2021, those would all be up to be vested then. Because my understanding was last year when we vested I believe it was 12 to 15 properties, I thought we had vested everything at that point.
Every year would add more to the list.
It would add, so
Yes,
these are new.
every year that goes by, you add more to the list. So basically, it's 3 years outstanding can start the process, and then I believe it's the 4th year anniversary is when you could trigger the vesting. I believe that's the rules.
Okay, I thought I had changed to 2 years.
Oh, was it 2
Yeah,
year?
it went to
Okay,
2 years.
that might be in the city of Sault Ste. Marie rules, so, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it decreased, it was
Yeah,
3 by
yeah, it was,
provincial
yeah.
legislation. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the problem. I wish I could say every time I see a group of properties vested that, oh, the problem's solved, you vested, and then it seems like more get added to the list of properties that are an issue.
So I have some questions just on the couple first pages of your report, just about municipal council, our responsibility. And that we have to ensure that management fills its responsibilities in financial reporting. So in your opinion, what should we be seeing at council
Yeah.
table monthly?
Yeah, I would, as a mayor and council, I'd want to see monthly income statements, balance sheet. And I'd also want to see an income statement compared to budget and utilized budget to date. I find that that's probably one of the most useful reports, is seeing, you know, it's June right now. We should be seeing the budget utilized. You know, there's some things that are obviously different, like plowing and whatnot. That's going to be different. But budget utilization at 50%. If a report comes to your table and it says, we've used 110% of our budget and it's June, you're going to ask some questions of somebody. Like, what's going on here? What is the issue here? Like, why has this happened? You know.
Can I just interrupt you on
Yeah.
that point though? But in our policy,
Yes.
there should be a parameter where we never see 110% utilization. It should have come to us before that. Like, there should be a buffer when you're so
Yeah.
close to the budget amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as the budget is done at that point.
In time.
In time.
Yes.
You know, the budget should be in place for January. You know, if it's not in place for January and half a year has gone by and you do a comparison, well, what do you, 6 months have gone
The
by.
horses already left.
Yeah.
So just on that process, on the budgeting process, what's your, like, for a solid process for a municipality?
Yeah.
What do you see that as a budgeting process?
Yeah, getting it started in November, December, and getting it passed, you know, either just before the year starts or in that first couple weeks of the new year. That would be the limit to actually getting a budget approved and passed and adopted. Because that budget needs to be in place so that when you have your February meeting and you're looking at your January performance, it's compared to a budget that's in place and passed. If you don't have that budget in place till May or June, you're getting to a January meeting and saying, oh, there's nothing compared to. Seems like it's good, you know.
So with the expectation, if we're having monthly reports at council table, what is a reasonable amount of time for staff to ensure that all the reporting is done for January? Like, it can't be February 1st.
No. Yeah, I mean, if you have 2 council meetings a month, having that information ready for the second council meeting, like generally, you know, having it the month closed by the 15th, 20th at the latest should be sufficient. And if you have a later, a secondary meeting in a month and it's later in the month, you should be able to see, you know, on that February 24th meeting, we should be able to see January's financial performance.
So now, just so we're not in this situation next year, because our FIR, we had a discussion with our treasurer that it's due May 30th.
Yes. Yeah.
A lot of municipalities don't get it in time, but I would like to see Hornepayne try and, like, if we're gonna be a small municipality that's underprivileged, let's try and be the best one. And then they give us more funds.
Yeah.
So what can we do this year to ensure that we're having a presentation like this early May?
Yeah, we need to start our audit in the first week or 2 of March. It has been done in the past. It's not impossible. We have been here. That's always been my goal. And at that point, if we start the first week or 2 of March, I can be here for a late May meeting to get everything finalized.
Okay. And in behind the scenes within municipalities, with your experience, that first 2 months of January and February, that's ample time in the background to ensure that everything's wrapped up for that previous year?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest concern is payables and receivables. Many times you're paying for something in January, February that relates to December. We need all that information in the system. We need to have confidence it's all in there. There's some people who send out bills in March and April that are for December. Well, we're not going to get them all, but the hope is that all significant transactions are in place.
But couldn't we cover that in our procurement? Like, if you're gonna do business with the municipality, you gotta have your invoice out and it's paid within a certain
Yes.
time frame.
Yeah.
And then there's penalties on that.
That would be
Yeah,
ideal.
because that, like,
Yeah.
I don't wanna be paying December payments in April
Yep.
or getting invoices for that.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Any further questions from council? My concern I want to thank you, Nathan, for coming today and having the audit and working with us. And I know that the BDO has done a lot of work with our HHC and the issues that we found there and rose and on the way to cleaning those up. And, but from this audit, what can we do better? Like,
Yeah.
why are we seeing this in September?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, mayor and council needs to ensure the reporting is received on a monthly basis. That they need to make decisions. Because at the end of the day, I can't come here on September 18th and everybody be surprised. And we've already had 9 months go by of another fiscal year. So really, like, there's some ownership to take with mayor and council. Like there might be more work here in terms of a more hands-on approach to, and a lot of more questioning of the financial conditions month to month. And you need the reporting to be received in your packages each month to make those decisions.
Okay, I thank you for giving us clarity on that. We do have our financial policy coming up, and I know Richard in the background is working as well to ensure we get in line, so. Yeah, thank you for that. Is there any further questions? Just we are gonna have to go into closed session, and any further questions? Okay, well, I want to thank you so much for being here tonight, Nathan. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's always hard to be a bearer of, not so great news, but at the same time, you gave us some avenues to try and help us move forward.
No, thank you for having me, and I do wish the township the best. We've had a long relationship with the township, and I do want to see you succeed.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Okay, we do have a motion for this presentation. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Christopher, second by Councillor Belinda Christopher. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby accept the draft consolidated financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2023 as prepared and presented by BDO Limited Canada LLP. Those in favor? And that is good. Okay, next, council, we do have a closed session that was scheduled for 7. We're a bit behind time. Yes, go ahead.
May we take a few minute break in between?
Yes, we will. We'll go into closed and
Yeah.
we'll let staff set that up and
Yeah.
we'll have 5 minutes there. Okay? So if I can get a mover and a seconder to move into closed, moved by Councillor Ted Shen and second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting at 7:08 PM be closed to the public in order to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal and local board employees, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to client, solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, and a position plan for procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board pursuant of section 239 2B, D, E, F, J, K of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor to go into close, and that is carried. Okay. So I'll give you 5 minutes, council, and Seconder to return to open. Moved by Councillor Peter Kissinger, seconded by Councillor Drago Hispanic. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby return to open council at 9:35 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried. For the business arising from the closed session, I'm going to hand it over to the Deputy Mayor, Peter Kissinger, for motions coming from closed.
This is 7.2 staffing. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Belinda Kissinger, second by Ted.
And I would like it noted in the minutes, I'm not, sorry to interrupt, I'm not voting on the first motion.
Okay. You gonna read it?
Sorry, you got a mover and seconder, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So sorry, the motion for this item is whereas the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne is currently involved in a number of confidential employment-related matters, and whereas the CAO clerk is normally delegated human resources duties in accordance with the delegation of authority bylaw, and whereas the CAO clerk position will be temporarily vacant, and whereas council will need to provide some direction regarding the confidential employment-related matters and will need to receive reports regarding the same. Therefore, be it resolved that council hereby delegates authority to the deputy mayor and Councillor Sheneman, who shall be delegated to act in accordance with the following. 1, the deputy mayor and Councillor Sheneman will receive advice from the municipal solicitor and or other agents directly involved in the confidential employment related matters and will provide to the municipal solicitor and or other agents all necessary instructions. 2, because of the anticipated urgency, frequency, and confidentiality of instructions, bylaw number 2047 shall not apply. And at the number 3, at the culmination of the work on the confidential employment related matters, a report shall be provided to council. Be it further resolved that this interim arrangement will remain in effect until a new CAO clerk is hired or as long as is necessary to complete the proceedings, receive the reports and make recommendations arising from the reports, and thereafter to implement the decisions of council, and in any case, the necessity of this interim arrangement will be revisited within 1 year.
All in favor? Carried. 7.3, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Ted Shinman, second by Belinda Kissinger.
The motion for this item is whereas the Township of Hornepayne has received a proposal from Municipal Government Wayfinders, MGW, to provide transitional advisory services to staff through the deputy clerk after the departure of the current CAO clerk while the township is in process of hiring a new CAO clerk, and whereas MGW is proposing reserving 1 hour daily from Monday to Friday for a total of 5 hours per week, wherein staff through the deputy clerk could seek direction and or advice that would normally be provided by the CAO clerk. And whereas the proposal states that no signing authority shall be delegated to MGW, and whereas MGW has advised that should there be a pressing need, staff through the deputy clerk may receive advisory services outside of the reserved times subject to MGW's availability. And whereas once a new CAO clerk is hired, the reserved daily hours shall end. However, MGW has advised that additional advisory services could be provided subject to their availability on an as-need basis and when identified by the township. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby agree to the proposal for transitional advisory services for municipal government wayfinders.
All in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, we'll continue on, and before we go to item number 9, I believe council, we should pass the resolution of going past 10 o'clock tonight. We are 23 minutes out to the hour. I believe Jen has a motion ready, or Arlene does. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Greg Hispanic, second by Councillor Peter Kissinger.
Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby agree to extend the hours for its regular meeting of Wednesday, September 18th, 2024, past the hour of 10 p.m. in order to complete its duties.
Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we'll carry on to 9.1. We're on departmental reports. If I can get a mover and a seconder to open the floor. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kissinger, second by Councillor Peter Kissinger. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the departmental reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. And the first report is the CAO clerk report. Eileen, do you have anything to add to your report?
The only thing I wanted to add is that the 3 reports that were supposed to come, I believe, to this meeting, the market gap analysis, rebranding, and the BRNE, are now coming to the second meeting in October, just due to the EDO's absences at this one and the next meeting.
Okay, I open up the floor for any questions for the CAO report. Councillor Drago.
Yeah, through Mayor, to CEO. When the TALAC reports come in, the beginning of September, end of September, October, can I have a hard copy so I won't be chasing staff down? I prefer hard copies, everybody knows by now.
Okay,
Thank you.
any further questions from council? The one question I do have is with the CAO clerk job hiring posting. There should be a special meeting scheduled for council to conduct their portion of the interviews. I think Michael was given a couple of dates that he would be able to do that.
Yes, he gave October 8th as the first choice, and October 10th if council can't make that date.
So I'm asking council tonight, the preference of date for that. I would like us to all be in person and available of those 2 dates. And his preference is the 8th, and people are available the 8th. And there'll be a motion at our next meeting for that.
What was this, the meeting with Michael for?
This will be the council's portion of CAO clerk interviews.
Okay. And at 6 o'clock, is that, was the,
It'll be at 6 o'clock, yeah.
yeah, I'm good for that.
Yeah, so it would be, we'll record the meeting, but then we go into an immediate close and. Okay, so then staff can bring us a motion for the 8th. I'm seeing consensus from all of council. Okay. Okay, and this is your final meeting, Eileen? And,
Yes, yeah.
It's been an interesting ride since you've been here for 2 years, over 2 years now. And we thank you for coming to Hornepayne and giving our community a shot. And we only wish you the best into your future endeavors.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank council for the opportunity and the staff for their patience and their kindness and support during this time in the community, for letting me be their CAO and for being part of the community. So yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through Mayor, wish you much success in your future. I truly mean that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stefanik.
Okay, so moving on now to the acting treasurer's report. Any questions for the treasurer?
Linda?
I have a couple of things I'd like to point out, just
yes.
after the presentation from the auditor, the department update that I plan to provide to council. I'm also including another column, which will be the 2023 actual results. I just received that information from the auditors as of yesterday, their final trial balance. So I'm going to work that into the report as well. The sample that's shown on page 2 of 7. Water rates. Okay, the new multi-res rate, I'd like to get some direction from council as to what percentage they would like to offer new multi-res property subclasses as a reduction in taxes, so that we can draft the bylaw and get it ready for council. So has council been thinking about that? Anything up to 35% as a reduction in the multi-res property rate?
Is there any precedent set? Because I know this is a new subclass that's been developed. Is there any other municipalities working on this right now?
None that I have heard of, but I also have not been out, dealing with other municipalities. So if council wants, I can try and get a feeling from maybe at least some of the neighboring municipalities, what they're going to do on that, and then we'll bring it forward.
Yeah, I
Okay?
think so. I think that would be good direction.
Okay, good. And the capital projects financing, now that when we get the final financial reports, we can move that forward. And I think the decolorization update is self-explanatory. Curling Club, again, if council has any questions on any of the information, be glad to try and answer them.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Belinda.
okay, I'm really curious about this, the fitness center and the expenses of 2023. I was just wondering how those, I understand the revenue and the expenses, like what else is part of that?
I'm sorry, the 2023 actual, what you're seeing on slide 2 of my report is just a sample of the building department, and it's only showing 2023 budget numbers, and then the 2024 budget and the 2024 year-to-date actuals. What I'm going to do is add another column in between that will be the 2023 full year actual.
Okay, I think the question is
Yeah.
referring to page 7 or page 8 of your report, 7 of 7 of your
7 of
report, the
7.
last question about the fitness center
Oh, yeah.
revenue at over 23,000 and the expenses just under 53,000. Where the expenses come from?
Okay, can I just suggest that will be in the report? There will be a fitness center detail, revenue and expense.
Okay.
Okay, great.
good.
And that upcoming report that's coming to council, will that give us the year-to-date totals of where we are on the budget?
It's going to give a total up to July 31st.
Up to
I was
July
thinking of, I was thinking of trying to do August, but I don't think that we've got everything posted and reconciled to that point. So I thought, let's do a July now. And then my hope is later this fall, we'll start the budget process, and I will bring the actuals up to that point when we do that.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
for that. Any further questions from council? Okay, there being none, I put the acknowledgement of receipts of the reports to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Okay, item number 10, correspondence action items. This is the director appointment request from HHC. If I can get a mover and a seconder. And just notice, I'm going to read the second resolution or motion that was provided, and we can have a discussion about that once it's on the floor. Moved by Councillor Ted Cheneman, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Whereas council has received correspondence from the Hornepayne Housing Corporation, HHC Board of Directors dated August 29th, 2024, requesting that the current position description for the position be amended to remove the eligibility requirement stating he or she resides or owns property in Hornepayne. And whereas the Hornepayne Housing Corporation aims to open the director position to a broader pool of candidates with the requisite skills and qualifications as per the board's strategic objectives. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize the amendment of the Hornepayne Housing Corporation HHC Director position description to remove the eligibility requirement stating he or she resides or owns property in the Hornepayne. Be it further resolved that Council authorizes the posting of the amendment director position for the 2-year and 3-year term in accordance with HH's governance structure. And just when this was talked about at our agenda meeting, I had asked it seemed administrative to me to bring this because it doesn't require them to have to reside in the community. We had discussed that. So Jen added, be it finally resolved that council authorizes the Hornepayne Housing Corporation, HHE, to make amendments to the director position description without requiring that such amendments remain within the HHC's mandate. So that's the discussion on the floor. Any questions from council?
None.
Okay, those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to the NOMA Solve the Crisis campaign. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor Dravis-Scott, second by Councilor Belinda. Whereas the Township of Hornepayne recognizes the humanitarian crisis occurring on the streets of Ontario with unprecedented numbers of individuals experiencing homelessness, residing in unsafe encampments, and suffering from mental health and addiction challenges. And whereas municipalities across Ontario, including those in the north, are struggling to manage the impacts of homelessness without adequate support from higher levels of government. And whereas the Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, and the Northern Ontario Large Urban Mayors, NOMA, have expressed their full support of the Ontario Big City Mayors, OBCM, Solve the Crisis campaign, which calls for immediate action to address the escalating homelessness crisis and to provide support for vulnerable populations. And whereas the Solve the Crisis campaign advocates for critical actions, including the appointment of a responsible ministry and minister to lead the coordinated efforts across all levels of government, the establishment of a task force with broader sector representation to develop a Made in Ontario action plan, providing municipalities with the tools and resources to address homelessness in their communities, and investments in 24/7 community hubs and crisis centers to relieve pressure on emergency services and first responders. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support the Ontario Big City Mayor Solve the Crisis campaign and calls upon the provincial government to take immediate action to address the homelessness crisis in Ontario. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, the Honourable Paul Flandre, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Ontario Big City Mayors and Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those that are in favor, and that is carried. Correspondence information only section, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councilor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. And do we have any items you'd like to discuss, Eileen?
I just wanted to bring 11.4 to council's attention. I just wanted to note the NOMA delegation packages there, and that it was presented to the province at the AMO conference, and there was no movement on the unorganized taxation reform, but the province said that they would look into it.
Okay, is there any further comments on the information only section? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Committee and board updates, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor Ted Cheatherman, second by Councilor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the committee and board meeting minutes and summary reports attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. And you see the listing there, Hornepayne Housing Corporation, 2 meetings, and the North NOMA meeting. Any discussion on those minutes? Okay, there being none, I put it to a vote to acknowledge receipt. Those in favor, that is carried. 12.2 is council committee updates. Peter?
I have nothing off right now.
Okay, Councilor Shannon?
Okay, from the hospital, I asked Linda to give us an update just to see where we are. So the things she shared were that she's been able hiring a nurse manager as part of their succession planning because the chief nursing officer retiring. We've also recently hired 2 permanent full-time registered nurses. One is joined in the beginning of September and the other joining this week, trying to eliminate the temporary agency nurses. And where they have 1 vacancy left to fill, this is for a nurse educator, and they had someone in mind for the position, but when it came time, the person didn't actually show up. So we have a meeting next week, so we'll continue, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm glad to hear they were able to hire 2 permanent
Yes,
nurses.
that's
That's
positive.
amazing, good. Counselor Stanek?
Yeah, thank you. We had a PHU meeting I attended virtually. There was more clarity for the members, had more questions regarding the merger. And as of last Thursday, we did not receive any word from Province of Ontario if they're approving our merger. So we're waiting for, the original statement was that we're waiting for the fall to respond to you. Different people think fall is end of September, beginning of October. We have not received any information.
Okay,
I have meetings coming up, PHU merger, PHU finance, the library board, and CDAC has been moved, I understand, because of chambers are not available. Thank you.
okay. Counselor Kissmaker, Belinda?
I don't have anything right now.
Okay. I just want to give an update. So the Northeast Superiors Mayor's Group met on the 11th, and we had a discussion about transportation with Ontario Northland. They are to be, I didn't look into, since the meeting, I haven't had time actually to look into further the expansion of the Ontario Northland Rail to Hearst. But the mayor of White River, Tara, had suggested that Hornepayne and Hearst and White River all meet together. So we're gonna set up a meeting amongst the 3 mayors first and discuss about having some sort of transportation connection between the buses and the possibility of this extension to the rail for transportation services. And the mayor of White River also indicated that our facilities, some of them are being used like our hospital for, because they're in a closer distance to White River, which is good. So I thought that was interesting. And I know in the past, Ontario Northland has reached out to us to try and set up some sort of network, transportation network. And there has been dollars in the past, but maybe if we come up with a plan that we're all working together, they might support us fully to get it off the ground possibly. That's what we were thinking. Another item, I have a meeting coming up. There is UV stations that are currently being funded by the government. This application's open right now. So I have a meeting set up, but I did have a meeting set up, which I ended up not being able to attend. And so I've reached back out to set up a second meeting with the company, and I'll bring that back to council. This was an outreach program from when I went to FCM, and we are going to need charge porters in our community. Right now, there is funding available for these, and we've not applied for the past 2 that were last March and this March, and there's one envelope that will close in March, but there is another envelope at the federal level right now. I am going to be attending ADMA on Saturday. If there was a virtual option, I would attend virtually due to the considerations that are happening on Saturday in our community. But I'll give an update of that, and I will be at Ontario Good Roads Association next week. And I want to let council know I will be out of town, but available in the evenings for the first week of October, from September 30th till that Friday. And I think that's all my updates right now. Conferences. If I can get a mover and a seconder for Drago's report, moved by Councillor Ted Cheneman, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby receive Councillor Stepanek's synopsis of the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities Phenom Conference in 2024. Councillor Stepanek, would you like to?
I'll be very
report?
brief. Everybody had it
That's all right.
since Schedule A, plus everybody had it in their file since June 21st, so I respect that. I'll give you the highs, I'll give you the lows. I really, truly enjoyed Indigenous Fireside Chat. It was the most enlightening thing I witnessed in 43 years. There was a chief there. There's also a Indigenous public speaker. It was captivating. Spoke for an hour and a half, and I enjoyed every second of it. So that was the highlight. And besides all the other stuff that have did negative, the downfall was, in my opinion, forestry update. Terrace Bay Espanola and the Temiskaming pulp mill, the shutter down of the pulp mills. To me, but listening to different ministers, in my eyes only, there was not much action done on behalf of the province to help. There was a lot of verbal diarrhea. There was a lot of back and forth. There was no concrete plan by province of Ontario. And I spoke to many people during the conference, and they felt the same. So it's just not my opinion. That was a real downer for me. And I felt for the people that live in those communities because they're going to suffer immeasurably. And not only us, as two people that work in that industry, we will suffer indirectly as well in Hornepayne. I'm disappointed what transpired, and my heart goes out to those communities, and I truly mean that. I also attached a Hydro One grant attachment, which was given to the CAO, different grants which they have to offer. I also submitted a training for public works staff booklet. They came highly recommended, that group, because I spoke to people around my table, members of CAL, and they were mostly from Northeastern Ontario, so it wasn't anywhere. And they felt that company that brought the report booklet, that they were very reputable, and its majority were online for training, for equipment and safety checks. And I read it, I found it quite valuable. But those are some of the highlights, and the rest. I also really enjoy Wendy Landry's presentation, and they're hitting all the key aspects in NOMA, healthcare, road safety, sale of crown land, railway costs, exactly what we're looking at. And I think she did an excellent job of presenting it.
Okay,
Thank you.
for that. Any further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor.
Just to back up Drago on, Jacob Stefanik on the forestry thing, we're hearing the same thing. There's not enough action from the federal or provincial governments on what's happening, and before they have to step in order to accomplish something, because nobody seems to know anything that's going on. It's a fact. You're right.
Okay, is that something that we want to make movement on? Do we want to have a meeting with our owners of our mill and write a support letter? What kind of action do we want to take on that to push it further? And then CC that to NOMA and Phenom? Go ahead, Councillor.
The pulp mill in question, though, is the biggest mistake the provincial government did back in the day when they were purchased by the most recent owners. They were given substantial subsidies as well as just money and operational, and they promised to do something, but there was nothing in writing that how it was going to go. So they used up the money and they didn't put anything back into the mill. So they basically ran off the tax dollar for a while. And when they bought it, pulp prices did go up quite a bit. So they were supposed to go to a rayon mill, and they stayed with paper because it was more financially feasible, like they were going to make more. And at the end, they ran it right until they were right out of money. And now it's an antiquated mill. I was talking to the one fellow when I went to meet the CN delegation, and he used to be the CEO of the big mill in Resolute in Thunder Bay. And I was asking with that mill, and he personally said that he goes, there's been no money put in that mill for 40 years, and to make it viable now, you're not going to find an identity that's going to pump a couple $2 billion into it to make it a modern mill.
Mhm.
It's a really tough, and Drago's right. It affects everybody. Like just the wood chip production is, and at the same time we lost. So there's Espanola, just in the last less than 2 years, Espanola, Temiskaming went down, Terrace Bay. I believe it's in the neighborhood of almost 400 loads of chips a day that we have to find a home for now, just in Ontario, Northern Ontario. It's a very difficult situation. The sawmills now are going to have to really, and I know the owners of our mill, they're trying to think, they're being creative and think outside the box. And there's different suggestions, but again, with the lumber market softening, that means less revenue coming in for these new ventures.
Right.
So it's going to be a tough haul.
Okay, so I guess the question would be then, is it worth it for me to make a call? I'll have a phone conversation and see if there's any support that we can put in a letter.
Support's always good.
And then I can update council on our first meeting in October.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put that, acknowledge receipt to, vote that we received. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Stefanik.
Thank you.
New and other business, so we have 14.1 is the bylaw and policy review schedule. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Stefanik, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Be it resolved that council does hereby receive the bylaw and policy review schedule as information. Do we have any comments or questions for the policy? Sorry, I'm getting down to it. I thought, I am looking at the breadth of work that needs to be done here, and I'm sorry, my braces are not allowing me to pronounce words properly here, and I'm getting tired, but, the only suggestion I had made was that we color code the annual stuff, so it pops out, so you can see it with the review status of the annuals. But you can see that the amount of work and the documents that should be coming to our council table, so we can manage the meeting times into the future. I gotta say, this was really well done. It was a way above and beyond what I expected, the amount of work that's in the background, but it gives council a good understanding. And my understanding too is that we will be receiving further the 2025 and 2026 items. Go ahead.
Yes, that's
Eileen.
correct. So I did want to mention to council that it is a fluid document, so the version presented at this meeting will not remain the same, obviously, as the deputy clerk and the new CAO continue to work with this schedule, so they'll constantly be updating the schedule. And then staff can provide an annual update as well, or an annual version of it. And yes, the deputy clerk will be working on the 2025 and 2026, and the deputy clerk can add through me any further information.
Yeah, so you'll see there's a 2024 sheet on there. The plan is to have kind of 3 years. So right now it'd be 2024, 2025, 2026. I have the other two in progress. I haven't finished adding everything to them as of yet. But I will include those in the annual updates. So all kind of everything I sent today, but also including the 3 years separate as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Jen. Thank you, Arlene. And I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, item 14.2 is to amend the council meeting dates. I'll put the motion on the floor first and give council some information. Those, a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Whereas on May 15th, 2024, council through resolution 2024-201 set the regular council meeting dates for the second half of 2024. And whereas the availability of the acting treasurer requires adjustments to some of these scheduled meeting dates, be it resolved that the council of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne hereby amends the regular council meeting schedule as follows. The meeting on Wednesday, October 16th, 2024 is rescheduled to Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. The meeting on Wednesday, November 6th, 2024 is rescheduled to Wednesday, November 13th, 2024 at 6 p.m. The meeting on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024 is rescheduled to Wednesday, November 27th, 2024 at 6 p.m. So I ended up meeting one-on-one with our treasurer and Eileen on the 12th of August or September, and just went through and asked about the upcoming budget, what he thought our timelines could be, how much time he can provide to our municipality. I have to say it was a really informative meeting, and in that meeting with discussions with Richard, I discovered that our council meeting dates don't actually coincide. He has another commitment in the evening on the first and third Wednesdays of the month. So I proposed that we had changed so we can, with our limited senior management that we're gonna have, I would like to have him at our meetings. We didn't move the first date because he had already made arrangements for our first meeting in October. And another note to this is he does think that we can have budget talks in November and December, and he's looking at having our budget passed at the beginning part of January. He is looking at the possibility of setting maybe 2 special meetings, one in November, and then I had given him the first week of December as another possibility for a special meeting if he needed it. So you might be seeing those coming to council. But he figured it definitely won, but I thought that was acceptable, so that's why this motion is on the floor to move our regular meeting date. So I'm hoping that council can adjust their calendars.
Yeah, mine's good.
Okay.
I already adjusted.
You're good. And just one other further note on that, the November 27th meeting, Peter,
Yes.
I will be, I won't be at that meeting at all. So I have asked Richard not to bring any budget items to that meeting. And, if you could share.
Yep, on the 27th.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So if there's any further questions and we have consensus, we're able to shift.
We're done.
Okay, those in favor? And that is carried. Updating signing authorities, moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Whereas council passed resolution 2023-070 to establish a signing authorities on behalf of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne for the financial institutions of the Northern Credit Union NCU and the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce CIBC at the regular meeting held on February 22nd, 2023. And whereas the CAO clerk has resigned effective September 20th, 2024, therefore be it resolved that effective September 21st, 2024, the council of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize the following members of council and staff to sign on behalf of the corporation. Mayor Cheryl Fort, councillors Belinda Kistemaker, Peter Kistemaker, Ted Sheneman, Drago Stefanik. Municipal staff, Melissa Chenier, Client Services Manager Treasurer, Bonnie Moylan, Accounting Clerk Deputy Treasurer, Jennifer Hill, Deputy Clerk. Be it further resolved that resolution 2023-070 be hereby repealed. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Item 14.4, delegation of authority, Public Works Manager. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ted Sheneman, second by Councillor Drago Stefanik. Whereas the Public Works Department frequently encounters urgent infrastructure and equipment repairs needed that exceed the current delegation of authority for the Public Works Manager. And whereas the Public Works Manager is currently authorized to purchase goods and services not exceeding $10,000, which limits their ability to address certain critical and time-sensitive issues in a timely manner. And whereas as of September 20th, 2024, the Township of Hornepayne will be without a Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, resulting in the need for increased operational flexibility for the Public Works Manager. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby agree to temporarily increase the delegation of authority for the Public Works Manager to make purchases of goods and services up to $20,000. Be it further resolved that this increase in purchasing authority shall be in place until a CAO is appointed or until otherwise directed by council. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Item 14.5 is the delegation of authority bylaw. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Whereas on March 4th, 2020, Council adopted bylaw 1783, being a delegation of authority bylaw in accordance with section 271(6) of the Municipal Act 2001. So 2001 C25 is amended, and whereas Township Senior Administrative position is this Chief Administrative Officer CAO appointed in accordance with section 229 of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 C25 is amended, and whereas the delegation of authority bylaw delegates authority to the CAO position, and whereas the Township CAO position will be temporarily vacant, and whereas council deems it expedient to adopt the following interim protocol. Therefore, be it resolved that council shall exercise authority normally delegated to the CAO until such time as a new CAO is appointed by council. Any discussion on the motion? And we put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Building condition assessment. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ted Sheneman, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the following reports. Building condition assessment BCA 5-year plans for the Arena Curling Club Public Works Building 1, Public Works Building 2, Public Works Building 3, as provided by Accent Building Services Incorporated, IBSI. ABSI, Township of Hornepayne 2023 Building Condition Assessment BCA results as provided by Accent Building Services Incorporated, ABSI. Hornepayne Arena and Curling Club Inspection Interim Report is provided by Tulloch, and Hornepayne Public Works Building Inspection Interim Report is provided by Tulloch. Be it further resolved that council does hereby authorize staff to proceed with Tulloch's recommendations to review the additional following items. 1, cracking in the Zamboni room. Interior finishes must be removed to fully expose the block wall. 2, review of the open web steel joists. OWSJ above the bathrooms in the entrance lobby for potential permanent sagging. 3, installation of crack gauges on the selected cracks to aid in monitoring future movements with staff to log monthly readings. Be it finally resolved that council directs staff to obtain quotes and confirm immediate availability from contractors to complete the work recommended in the Tulloch reports. Discussion on the motion. I just have one question through the CAO to the Public Works Manager. Do you see it difficult getting the quotes and setting that up without the assistance of the CAO?
Challenging no matter what.
Yeah, okay. And do you have a timeline that you think you may be able to?
Try to reach out, try to figure it out. I don't have any contacts or anything like that yet, so.
Okay, so we can get an update where you're at on your monthly report in October? Okay, thank you for that, Judy. Any further questions or comments? Okay, there being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Chemical dechlorination project. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Spanik, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne has identified the need for a chemical dechlorination project as part of its commitment to environmental sustainability and regulatory compliance, and whereas 2 proposals have been received for the project. 1, EXP Services Incorporated, EXP, with the following estimate cost: phase 1, 23,000, including HST; phase 2, 19,500, excluding HST. Total for phase 1 and 2, 42,500, excluding HST. And 2, WSP Canada Incorporated, WSP, with an estimated project cost of $173,000, excluding applicable taxes. And whereas the proposal from EXP Services Incorporated offers a cost-effective and efficient methodology, I cannot speak, you can read it, and phased approach for the chemical dechlorination project. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne, upon recommendation from the CAO Clerk and Acting Treasurer, does hereby authorize the Township to contract EXP Services Incorporated for the chemical dechlorination project at the estimated cost of $42,500, excluding HST, and that this project will be funded from the Water and Sewer Reserve. Be it further resolved that council does hereby authorize the CAO clerk or their designate to take all necessary actions to execute the contract with EXP Services Incorporated and proceed the project accordingly. Any comments on the motion? Discussion? My one question is, who will be the designate?
I
Yes,
can,
go
I can send this information to Richard, the acting treasurer, and he can be the designate for this, along with probably the public works manager will be involved as well, and has been involved so far in this as well.
Okay. Did we end up falling into an issue if we do not have Richard as a signing authority with the banks?
Bonnie is the signing authority, so she can sign as well with the banks.
Right, but if he's signing, so he's authorizing contracts, but doesn't have signing authority with the bank, there's no.
He's gonna draft the contract, so he can liaise back and forth, but he won't, I need somebody in the background, because it'd usually be me drafting the contract, but Richard is familiar with drafting contracts. So he would do that with EXP. the signing authority. I mean, Jen has signing authority now, so she can be listed as a signing authority on there.
Okay, so your designate to actually sign to execute the contract would be Jen then? That was my original question.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Can be Jen and Kate Bonnie.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
thank you. Any further questions or comments? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Discussion on the social media policy. I'm going to defer that if we can have a defer motion. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Shedeman.
Be it resolved, the council does hereby defer item number 14.8, discussion on social media policy, to the next available council meeting.
Thank you. Item 15, bylaws. If I can get a mover and a seconder for 2091. Moved by Councillor Ted Shedeman, second by Councillor Jerry Stefanik. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2091 being a bylaw to establish a vehicle and equipment policy for the Township of Hornepayne, read a first and second time on September 4th, 2024. Be hereby read a third time and finally passed. And Eileen, you had some comments to this?
I just wanted to tell council that MGW updated section 6.1 of the policy. They added item G to it, just referring to the hands-free mobile piece that council had wanted further clarification on.
Okay, any further discussion from council? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. 2092, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ted Shedeman, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2092 being a bylaw to authorize an extension to conditions of an agreement of purchase and sale and bylaw 1857 with 129445553 Canada Incorporated be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any updates on that bylaw? Or discussion from council? Okay, I did have one addition that I would like to add to the bylaw as a timeline. That we, like, I don't want them to have a couple months. I think it should be executed, like, if they want to do this, execute it within, I'm not sure, a certain amount of days. Did you have any comments on that?
No.
No? And I did ask the deputy clerk when we were in our agenda meeting if it would result in delaying that to put that within, and it doesn't. If council sees fit to do it. Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I was reading that, I had a question, and if the condition to build on that first one is already expired, can that legally be extended if that condition has expired? A restrictive covenant has an expiry date, and you can't extend something that's expired. So I'm not sure whether or not we can legally do that.
My understanding, go ahead, Eileen.
So the agreement was actually drafted by, I've been in discussions as per council's directions back and forth with municipal solicitors, so with Wishart, and they actually drafted the agreement, like they've advised that you can extend. It's up to council whether they would like to extend or not. And in the past meetings, council has directed to move forward with a 1-year extension.
And I do want to note to council that the issues that I had brought up about expenses being covered, there was 2 items added to the document that explicitly covers that we're not paying.
Sorry, and I can speak further to that. Wishart did add, I think it's items number 5 and 6 on the second page. I believe there was only 4 items, and they added number 5 and 6 so that the township is covered and doesn't have to pay out of pocket for that, and they'd be reimbursed.
Okay, so the question on the table is, I do think we need an execution date for this contract, that it becomes null and void by after a date. There is no current date on it. And I'm looking for council's direction on, first of all, are you in agreement to having an execution date on the contract?
You have to.
Yes, okay,
100%.
okay, so now we have to decide how many days do we want to give for execution?
What do you think?
More than a couple of weeks, really. I mean, time to send it to their solicitor and time to respond.
And so,
Counselor
Yeah, I have a
Smith?
question. What's the minimum standard legally wise? You don't end up in the same jackpot. If you say, oh, we didn't give us enough time, now we'll go back. I just like to know what's the, is it actually 30 days minimum?
My understanding is there's no legal. I asked that
Okay.
question in our agenda meeting and I was advised there's. we
Okay,
can set
that's
it.
fine then.
Eileen? go ahead.
I'm not sure if there is a legal timeline. Yeah, I would imagine it's up to council, but yeah, I can look into that further if council
no.
or.
Go ahead.
Supplementary, I would do 3 weeks then. As
Okay.
Councilor Ted said, the turnaround time, lack of excuses, then there's no excuses saying our legal people didn't receive it. I think 3 weeks is more than fair.
Okay, we're the 18th now, 3 weeks puts us to the third week of October, which would actually fit because then we'd have an update for our October 23rd meeting. So we could give the extension to the 12th, which is more than 3 weeks. It's a full 3 weeks and 3 days.
I'm good with that.
Or we
Yeah.
can do the Monday, the 15th, which is an extra weekend. And that would still give the deputy clerk time for the meeting to update us on the 23rd.
I like the 15th. I don't know.
Yeah,
The
that's fine.
15th,
Yeah, I'm
Monday,
good with
yeah, I like that too, and then you don't have to worry about it. on the weekend.
Anyway.
See it on Monday morning. Go ahead,
It's the Thanksgiving long weekend, so it's a Tuesday.
the Tuesday, okay.
There we go.
Okay, so, and my understanding through the CAO to the clerk, we're okay just adding that and still passing the bylaw, okay? So with that addition, council, I put that bylaw to a vote, those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, repealing the appointed CAO clerk, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ted Shannon, second by Councillor Belinda Kissmaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2093 being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 1930 to appoint a CAO clerk and bylaw number 1973 to appoint a deputy treasurer be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. And is there any comments on that bylaw? I just had one comment about the bylaw that the date we repeal aligns with the resignation date. And it can be at the end of the like 11:59 of the 20th. If council's in agreement with that amendment.
Mhm.
And does 11:59 work? Yes, okay. Okay, if that's council's in agreement with that and that one amendment, I put that to a vote, those in favor, and that is carried. Notice of motions, there is none. Adjournment, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Shannon. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2094, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at the regular meeting held on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024, be hereby read a first and second time, and considered read a third time, and finally passed. Those in favor? And that is carried. Move to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Shannon, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024 at 10:29 PM. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, council, for sticking it through and getting through the work.